Hey, everybody. My name is Jim Bailey from Mallet Tech, and I'm really excited to bring to you the 2021 version of the International Vibes Congress. We'll call this COVID edition. It's been a lot of fun to put this together, and I think that where there may have been a little bit of loss in the category of being in a room with some excellent musicians and feeling, them move the air for us, I think this really gives us an awesome opportunity to show a little bit of a different side of these artists and how they think and how they play and what they want to share. So we're excited. Throughout this event, you're going to see performances and clinics and discussions and live listening sessions. There's definitely going to be a ton of stuff you're going to want to tune into today as well as tomorrow. This is a brand new YouTube channel, so be sure to subscribe to us and be sure to hit that notification button. So when we go live and we post a new video, you're going to get a notification for that. And then lastly, big thanks to Steve Weiss Music. They partnered with us to bring you guys some special offers for Mallet Tech products. We're doing 15% off of all mallets, and we're doing also Omega Vibes, free shipping, and free custom color upgrade. In between each session, you're going to get the information that you need to redeem that. So make sure you guys stick around. Without further ado, I'm going to bring on my good friends, Tony and Ben.
Hey. How's it going?
Hello.
Tony and Ben, I'm going to let you guys take it from here. Thank you very much. Happy New Year.
Yep, Happy New Year to you too. Yep. Okay, here we are. Now, Ben and myself had played together for years, gotten together, just played through tunes, and talked about the vibraphone. So that's happened. This must be 20 years now.
Yeah.
And it's been great. It's fun because we can talk about the tunes, and I got somebody who I can be like, ugh, about a tune, and he can go, or he can disagree. So it's really helpful. And the first tune we're going to play is My Heart Stood Still, right?
Yep.
And the only thing about this tune sums up something for me. Sometimes I'm playing a solo on a tune, and I'm going, oh my God, it sounds like I'm playing a Christmas tune. Right? You know that feeling?
Right.
And then I say, okay, this one. Parisian Thoroughfare. Sometimes I'm playing a solo, and then I go you have to listen to Bud Powell, and all those guys kind of make sense out of being diatonic, right? Right. So this is that tune, but still, it's fun to play. I think it's a beautiful tune, and I guess we'll play it. Want to play it?
Sounds good.
Good. What do we go right on it, or?
Yeah.
You want to do something in front?
No, go right on it.
Okay.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Anybody say anything? I don't see. Oh, Bob Miller says we sound great. So there you go. We sound great. Thanks, Bob. It's fantastic. Cool thing, playing two vibes, I think, can be a bit of a challenge. And I think you have to know when to play, where to play, and how to play, right?
Yep.
Otherwise, it's like play a C major 7 chord right in the middle of your instrument there. Wait, ready? Together. Like, it's so easy for it to sound like crap. So we have to be careful. And I played some gigs with two vibe things, and sometimes it's just like, stop. Play one note. Play one note. You know, play two notes. All that. So that's cool. Now I think we're gonna switch from major to minor, F major to F minor, and we're gonna do Voyage. You like the tune?
I love Voyage.
What do you like about the tune, Ben?
I like the bridge. I like the whole tune, but the bridge is a lot of fun.
Uh-huh.
It's very challenging.
Yeah, yeah.
Moves fast.
And moving up in half steps.
Yep.
How fast are we gonna play it?
Ba-ba-da-da.
Okay. All right. Let's do it. Oh, there's Oliver watching from Michigan. Yo, Oliver. Oh, Brett Barnes, all these guys I know. That's great. Great. Okay.
I'll play my favorite part, the bridge, right? The melody there.
You're going to play the melody. I'll play the A's. Okay. You're playing the bridge. I'm playing the A's. I got it. Got it.
I'll play last 8, I guess.
Yeah. You got it? Yeah, cool. Hey, Carl. Good. It's kind of nice that people pop up on the screen like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Frank. Lit. Lit's good, right?
I think so.
Kind of old. I want to double check. It sounded like it was going to be good. I just had to check in with you. So it's kind of cool. When we did, when we started trading, we started like comping differently. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that kind of leads to stuff. I like it if it feels like it's not that it is one guy, but it kind of feels like there's one guy.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and if it's got that thing, then I think the instrument it's going to sound good. And it's going to sound good to people. Let's see. Let's talk about ballads.
Okay.
Are they difficult? Are they easy? How do you define a ballad?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, in a certain sense, they're both, right?
Yeah.
They're easy because they're not like a, very complicated melody a lot of times. So, in many ways, it's easy to learn the right notes, but obviously to be able to play a ballad with deep meaning takes pretty much, a lifetime. I mean, you're always working on the way that you play ballads, and of course, on the vibes, there's so many different approaches to it where, you could play it in time, you could play it rubato, you could play it as a chord melody, you can have a lot of things going on, a lot of different textures, you can play it very sparse. So there's so many different approaches to it. I think, after you've worked on a number of different ways, you kind of figure out what works with your personal taste. And I remember we talked about this like a week or two ago, where how do you usually approach a ballad? Do you like to play a ballad with like a walk in the ballad,
right.
kind of feel like as if there's a
Right.
quarter note, or do you like to play a ballad rubato, or do you like to try to do a combination of both? What would be your general approach?
Well, my thing is, first I always thought of fast tunes and ballads, and I thought if you want to see somebody's chops, you play something fast. So if you want to see their brain in my head, I think if you want to see somebody's brain, you play a fast tune and see how they navigate. And if you want to see their soul, you play a ballad. And you can see, I always like playing the tunes. I always like playing them in time for two reasons. One is being a vibe player and being an insecure vibe player. I'm always watching other people play, and I'm going, no, 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 or yes, yes, yes. And I just noticed how it seems like vibe players are always playing stuff out of time, because then you don't have to deal with the crap of time. So I always want to play a ballad in time because I just think I can't do that, and I need to do that. I don't know what I'll do today, but I think playing this instrument solo is about getting your time together. Because if you can play a tune by yourself in time, and it's interesting to people listening, I think it's cool. You agree?
Yeah, absolutely. It's yeah, and one thing, a lot of times I feel like maybe the ballad itself determines how I want to treat it.
Okay.
Like certain ballads, before I got here earlier, I was just messing around with My Ideal. To me, that wanted to be in time. That wanted a nice quarter note underneath of it. I think the ballad that I'll play today, I'm going to do You Don't Know What Love Is, which I would usually play with a band. But since I'm not playing it with a band, and since I am playing it solo, I think I'm actually going to opt for the rubato treatment on this because of, I think, what the possibilities are with this particular tune harmonically and the different things you could do with it. And sometimes that becomes a determining factor for me. Like if I feel like I can get into a lot of different stuff harmonically, then I kind of want to stretch the time a little bit so that the sound of the harmony really comes out on certain chords and things like that.
Well, and then I guess the challenge is especially to play the right stuff, because if you're rubato, you really have to play the right stuff because you don't have the confines of the time. Sometimes, by the time you're at the second chorus of a tune and it's in time, even a mistake to the audience isn't really a mistake because they know, oh, this comes next, this comes next. But when you play, I always tell my students, if you play rubato, all the notes have to be right. If you play in time, you have a little bit flexibility to do things and fix mistakes because you have the boundary. And you have great time. So you getting up and playing something rubato, is, for me, I'm not going, he's copping out there.
He's cheating.
Yeah. No. If I know the guy's got great time, and I really respect them and their time, then cool. But and sometimes I have to stop myself from being that vibe player. I have to go. Shut up and listen. Stop, because it's my projections. My projection on you. I feel insecure about my time, and so you start playing rubato, and I just look at the camera and I go. But no, and I heard you play this before, and it's absolutely incredible. So how are we going to do it? So we're just going to play the tunes down. Should we each do like an intro into our tune, or you do an intro, bring it in, I'll play my tune, and I'll do something at the end.
Okay.
Oh, and I haven't I have my 3 cameras set up. Okay, let's make this cool. Okay, run. Okay, you're on. You should switch around.
All right.
was nice.
It's
That's
awesome.
great. I like. I always think of you, and I always think of you because you studied with me years ago, and when I listen to you play now, I always say to myself, "There's no clue he ever studied with me." Like you sound like just your own person, and I think that's really cool that that you can shake everybody else out of you, take what you need, and do it your way. And in lessons, I told you this already, that you used to come in. You came into a lesson, and I would say, "Do this," and you come in next week and you do it, and you say, "I did it, but I like it this way," and then you would play it that way. And the thing I always respected of you was that you did it. Like, you just did it. That's part of your grade. You did it. Cool. But I'm going to do this. And I guess that leads to you just sounding like you.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. So we've got some time left. So I propose we do something with the blues.
Okay.
And then we'll save. How about the real obvious? You like that one?
Oh yeah. Man, I haven't played.
Wait, was
played
that
it
an
in a long
oh
time.
yeah, or was that an oh yeah?
No. I'll play it.
Okay,
Let's do it.
we'll start off. Let's just play some stuff. together?
Yeah. One more.
Yeah. Like always, my favorite tune is the one we didn't rehearse.
I know, right?
Yeah, that was really fun. And that was great. For me, it was great. You were doing some great comping stuff.
Yeah.
That left me room. As long as you know the other guys can put the information in the line, like I know if I'm playing with you, if I do that, you're going to fill in whatever's needed to be filled in.
Yeah.
So that was great. How are we doing? All right, one more tune. We're going to do Lover. How fast are we going to do it?
Let's see. But that.
Okay, good. Safe. Internet safe.
Internet
safe
safe.
tempo.
Yes, exactly.
Yep, not a Warren Wolf tempo, not the Warren Wolf challenge with Lover, but we're doing it internet safe, okay?
We're doing the 60% challenge.
Yes, yes, yes. All right, let's do that, and if we have time, maybe Jim can come back and talk about the week, who the other people playing. All right, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. A, B, A.
Yeah. Outer, inner.
Outer, inner. Got it. Got it. And then you solo first.
Okay.
Okay.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Cool. That was fun. Hey, Jim, do you want to come on and talk about the day, or are we cool?
I'd love to come on and talk about the day.
Okay. Who's up after us?
We have the amazing David Friedman following.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
This schedule's crazy.
Yep.
I got to be honest with you. This schedule's really crazy. So first and foremost, guys, I'm just sitting here watching this whole thing take place. I'm watching all these comments come in. This is really great. I can't tell you how great this is. I feel like a lot of vibraphone and just musician love happening right now. So I really appreciate it. You guys are fantastic. Everybody's enjoying you. There was a couple questions that came in about mallets. Maybe you guys could talk a little bit. There was a comment about, what mallets do you play? Somebody mentioned that it sounds like you purposefully chose different mallets to create more of a conversational kind of vibe between the two of you. So maybe you could speak a little bit to that.
Yes, we had a long conversation about the type of mallets we were going to use. No, no, jazz guys don't do that. Classical guys do that. To me, jazz guys don't. But if there was a problem with the mallets, we talk. Now, I usually use my mallets when I play, but we're in a real small room. It looks like we're in a big theater out there. I'm kidding. But we're in a real small room, and my ears are starting to get trashed, so I have earplugs, and I use softer mallets. I use the Malletech Jazz Classics here, and my next model mallet is going to be designed after those. And then, Ben, I think yours were a little bit harder. What are you using?
Yeah, so I'm using Ed Smith's mallet. I find that it's very versatile. I rarely switch mallets. I don't even own that many mallets. And in fact, I I've been using this particular mallet for, like, I don't know, well over a year, and and haven't switched. And I just think, I don't know, it just sounds great. Definitely, it's got great longevity, and I find that the more I play it, I get enough louds with it, but even on a ballad or something where I need to hit a little lighter, it's still got enough of a warmness that I love about it. So I think it's a great, versatile mallet.
Can I do a quick commercial?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So two things. One is Ben is what record label are you with?
Positone.
Positone. He's on tons of records, so he's got a really great recording career. And if you're a Vibe player, I run vibesworkshop.com, so you should go over and check it out. Ben is one of the teachers on the site. There's several teachers. I have some lessons from Tim Collins coming up. And there's about 2,000 lessons, but there's about like 20,000 articles about the vibraphone, so it's pretty extensive. And that's my commercial.
Yeah. So to answer your question or to fulfill your request, talking a little bit about the rest of the day, what people can expect today. David's going to come up. First of all, sessions for the most part are on the half hour or the hour, depending. So we're gonna stay live streamed for this whole thing. We're not coming off and coming back on. In between the sessions is where you can find out the information about the Steve Weiss promo. But we have David Friedman coming up at 2:00, sharing a little bit about his kind of process and how he prepares. 2:30, Tony, you're on this as well. This is going to be really cool. We're doing a live listening session with Team Omega and special guest Mike Manieri. You all have had a chance to pick a song, and we're gonna listen to the song together, and then we're gonna kind of little talk and react to it. And I think that's going to be a really nice insight into kind of your minds and your ears, and why music affects you maybe the way it does. We also have some things that are a little bit more broader than just jazz. We have some classical, some pop kind of sensibilities built in as well. Colleen Bernstein is going to play a couple pieces that are more on the contemporary classical side. At 4:00, Jake Chapman is going to play. He is also part of your Vibes Workshop community and a teacher as well, right?
He's done some lessons for us. Yes, fantastic lessons.
Yeah, ridiculous improvisational skills, but totally like he's his own person, his own voice. We have the great Lee Howard Stevens coming on at 4:30 to talk a little bit about gear. And of course, Tony will be a part of that. We're putting you to work today, man.
Yeah.
And then 5:00, Cameron Leach is doing a contemporary vibraphone and electronic piece. It's going to be really, really cool. That's how we're ending day one. Day two, the schedule's up there on the website, mallettech.com/WVC2021. It's just as action-packed. And then after the event is over, as if that's not enough, Tony, you want to talk a little bit about the after party and some of our other plans?
Oh, so Roy Ayers is getting inducted into the World Vibes Congress Hall of Fame. And I tell you what, if you don't know about Roy Ayers, or you just know one aspect of his career, you should go back from his first CD to his last, and you will be blown away. I mean, he is such an amazing vibe player. And somebody told me once that if he wasn't in your top 5, he said, you better move. You're going to be moving somebody out once you check him out. This was years ago. Randy Sutton, as a matter of fact, told me. And he's right. Roy is a fantastic vibe player. So we're inducting him. We're trying to have an East Coast versus West Coast thing with 2 rooms tomorrow. You can bounce back and forth. We'll see how that holds up. But we have the coffee hang is every Sunday at noon. Tomorrow it's at 5:30. And at 6, we'll have myself, Joe, Stefan, Warren, and David, and we'll induct Roy Ayers into the Hall of Fame, which is really, really incredible to me.
Yeah, this whole thing's been incredible. We got David Friedman coming up in about 6 minutes, so we're going to sign off and transition to that. Everybody needs to stick around because we're not going anywhere. David's coming up in 6 minutes, and it's going to be a great day. Thank you much.
Thank you. See you.
we're back. We're going to bring on the great David Friedman. David.
Yes.
How
Hi,
you
Jim.
doing? Hello from here in Indiana.
Hello from here in Berlin.
Awesome. Tony's and Ben's session was killing. So you've got about 120 eager fans waiting to hear you play and discuss. So I will bring in some comments when there are comments, but I'm going to get out of the way and let you do your thing.
Okay. Thanks, Jim.
Alrighty.
Okay. So, I just wanted, before I start, I want to thank Lee Stevens for this wonderful instrument that we've all been playing, this wonderful Omega vibraphone. And thanks to Jim Bailey for organizing this. He's done a great job. This is our first Vibes Congress online, so to speak. So it's a first. And it's something new, and it's something we've never done before, which kind of brings me to my topic, which is process versus perfection. And that's been an interest of mine for many, many years. I come from a classical background. I studied at Juilliard. And generally, when you speak about classical music, you speak about notes on a page, interpreted a certain way. There are certain freedoms that you have, and there are certain freedoms that you don't have. And one of the freedoms that you don't have are the notes. Because if you start obviously improvising on a Mozart string quartet with 3 other string players, there's going to be a problem. So I've given quite a bit of thought to this idea of this perfectionist attitude that some classical musicians have about playing the right notes. And of course, it's important if you're playing the head of a tune to play the right notes. But when it comes to soloing, you can really put an amazing obstacle in front of you by thinking about being perfect, not making mistakes. Because when we improvise, hopefully, if things are going the way we want it to go, we're having an experience of spontaneous invention. That means that we haven't thought about what we're going to play before, but we kind of let our intuition carry us through a certain period of time. We play the head, and then maybe we play a solo over a ballad, or maybe we're just improvising without any reference to a specific tune. And if we have this unbelievable perfectionistic attitude, that means that the adventure of improvising really becomes much lessened, much more minimalized. Because there's one interesting thing about improvising or jazz improvisation in general, is that we perhaps do away with the term mistake. Some people, you play the melody of a tune and you play the wrong note, you make a mistake. If you do it again and you play the right note, you're playing the right note. But what I like to think of when I'm improvising is there are no mistakes. There are absolutely no mistakes. I don't have perfect pitch, and I'm sure there are people who hear every note they play. I'm not one of them. I mean, I hear a lot of what I play. I hear a lot in advance of what I'm going to play. But sometimes I don't hear what I'm going to play, and I go for something and it's the wrong note. What then? What do I do then? Do I pack up and leave? No. What I do then is take that note that would, under abnormal circumstances, be called a mistake, and make that a springboard for a new line. So, in other words, if I'm going to play a melody like right, and I make a mistake, oops, I meant to play C. Maybe that's my melodic intro to a ballad, but I play a B by accident. So I do something different from the B. I do. Let's say I hit a B flat by accident. Or here's the right note again. Let's say I hit a C sharp. So you're always, the nice thing about improv is that if you don't get into this perfectionistic attitude of I made a mistake, you can always make something out of something that wasn't intentional. And this thing about intention, oh, I'm sorry, I'm talking. Can everybody hear me? Yeah. This thing about intention is something that's, I think, also interesting to talk about, because I've listened to recordings and I've heard solos that I've played, and I said to myself, wow, did I play that? And I knew that there was a note there that I didn't really mean to play, but it seemed like, upon listening to it, it seemed like the right note. It sounded good. So I think we have a tendency to kind of give so-called intention too much emphasis, because sometimes if our intuition leads us to places that our conscious mind doesn't really know about. Things happen and they're kind of unconscious. I don't want to get into a whole spiritual lecture, but I mean, we have an unconscious and we have an intuition that can lead us places that later we say, wow, that was unbelievably interesting and logical. I never would have thought that that would sound like that. And it sounds fresh. So because I'm open to not only not making mistakes, but I'm open to whatever happens. And if I feel that it wasn't my intention, I take that and move it into something else. So I'm gonna this is also a nice thing to practice. I'm going to improvise a kind of a medium tempo piece, like this kind of tempo. Maybe it'll have a jazz feel. Now, I'm not thinking of any chords at the moment. I'm not thinking of any melody, but this is kind of like the tempo, and it's going to be maybe like an up-tempo ballad or something like that. And I'm going to see where it goes. I haven't planned anything, and if certain things happen that aren't intentional, then I'll wink or something like that. But this is, I don't know, maybe I won't. But this is a great thing to practice. So I'm not playing over any chords. I'm just playing. I'm kind of trying to create some melodies, string them next to each other. I'm going to give it a jazz feeling. We try to give it a jazz phrasing, kind of a med swing, and see what happens. A great exercise. I recommend it to everybody. Okay, so that basically was an improvisation over a style, perhaps. Again, occasionally certain chord motion, harmonic motion occurred to me, but it wasn't something that I was necessarily pulling me away from simply listening to what's happening. Listening to notes. Hopefully, what the notes I'm playing or just played were a surprise to me, especially if you're making big skips and jumps. Like this. I'm not necessarily hearing every note, but I am kind of feeling shapes. So it's not even about playing the right note or the wrong note. It's about kind of playing a sequence of shapes. So it's not really about the right notes. It's about really playing the shapes. And sometimes the notes that I'm playing are a little bit of a surprise to me, but it doesn't make any difference because it's not about the specific notes. So if you have this perfectionistic attitude, like, the right notes, I got to play the right notes, you're really putting a tremendous roadblock in front of your spontaneous creativity. Okay. So I recommend this kind of exercise. It's a wonderful exercise. It's the kind of thing I do quite a bit, just as a way of either warming up or just practicing improvising. There are people say you can't practice improvising. You can practice the function of improvising, but you don't practice the notes. I'm gonna take something else, maybe a little bit more of an up-tempo thing, which is not necessarily in the jazz style. It could be considered maybe up-tempo, specifically styled improvisation, but it's really about creating a kind of a linear textural thing. I can't think of the word better than that. Thing. Okay. actually wasn't going to use any chords or so, but I figured at the end, why not? You know, it's just happened to occur to me. It might be a nice way to end the piece. So interestingly enough, the things I'm playing now are very much in tempo, which doesn't always have to be the case, because you could improvise something that is not in tempo, and even something balladesque, and it still should be kind of a spontaneous unfolding of ideas. Let me just give you an idea of maybe for a ballad. I'm still playing only lines right now. I think that's more interesting to start with, and then maybe I'll talk about doing something with chords. There's something that I was working on a couple of weeks ago that I posted on Facebook, based on Nika's dream, and that grew out of an improvisation that I was doing. But let me try this little ballad idea. And there's something beautiful about just taking a melody or spinning a melody, inventing a melody, and really staying with the melody and the feeling. Sometimes I imagine a rhythm section behind me. Sometimes I imagine chord changes, but generally I'm not thinking necessarily of chord changes when I start. No chords. So I'm going to just try to create a very balladesque kind of melody, and maybe I'll give you a signal when I play something I didn't intend to. Okay. Okay. There were a couple of times when I did not hit notes I meant to hit, but it's such a great experience, or it's such an interesting or necessary thing to be able to take the note that you didn't intend and make something out of it. Yeah. That can happen, you know. You instead of hitting, right, you hit by accident. Your hand slips, and instead of playing, you play a G sharp instead of a G. If you're looking at someone in the audience or checking the time. that kind of thing can happen. And the thing about this non-perfectionistic attitude is that you discover. I mean, the whole idea of an improvisation, as far as I'm concerned, is it's supposed to be a discovery. And if you have too much, if you have this idea that things have got to be perfect, then you're not going to discover anything. All you're going to do is regret the mistakes you made and play an extremely boring solo. So that's something to think about. In terms of formality things, I don't know, how much time do we have? Do we have time? We have 3 minutes. Okay. I'll try something and see what that sounds like. Okay, so I hope you got the idea, and I hope it was interesting. Thank you very much again for listening, and I think after this we have a listening session. So looking forward to meeting with the guys and listening to everybody's inspirational tunes. Thanks again. Bye-bye.
And we're back again. Hey, everybody. This is our third session, and I think there's going to be so much ridiculous talent and knowledge in this next session that it may very well break your computer. I'm going to bring these guys all on at once, and we're going to talk about what is ahead. We have Mike Minieri. Hello, Mike.
Hey, Jim.
Hey.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. David, hello. How you doing?
Hi. Still here.
David, sound wonderful, man.
Hey, Mike.
Happy New Year.
Fun.
Good to see you.
Hey, everybody. Nice to see you all.
Hey, Stefan.
We got
Happy New Year.
Joe Locke. How you doing,
Mr.
Joe?
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Hey, you guys.
Our master of ceremonies today is going to be Tony Miceli. Tony, how you doing?
Uh-oh. Hey, everybody.
Hi, Tony.
Hey, sound wonderful. Yes.
So for those of you that have been kind of following along, and this stuff just happens in the virtual world, is there's been a big internet disruption in Warren Wolf's neighborhood, and he won't be able to join us. He's going to try. If he can, he will. If not, then we'll find another way to bring Warren Wolf to all his fans. But I'm going to get out of the way. Tony, take charge, and I'm excited to listen and learn.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, so I have a list here from Jim with the order, and I think we each have about 8 minutes, but we have some of Warren's time, I guess. That's like splitting the money because one guy didn't show up. Get
He
a little
probably
extra.
has a gig. He probably has a gig, man.
I think you're right.
A record day.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got 3 gigs and a record date.
Uh-huh. All right, so David, you're on the list first. Tell us about your tune that you want us to listen to.
Wow. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Really? I didn't know. Did I submit a tune? I think I did. Oh, I did, actually. Yes. This is a tune that is probably one of the reasons that I got into jazz at all. And I think I started listening to this tune when I was 13. And I remember taking it when I went away with my parents. I took the record with me, and we actually had a record player near the hotel. When I went to camp, I used to play it in the morning. I mean, when I was this is something. It's a record, first of all, that has accompanied me throughout my life and has meant a tremendous amount musically and also in terms of the vibraphone. But I think it really is about feeling and improvisation and melodic playing. And it's an album called Plenty Plenty Soul. I'm sure everyone knows it.
Oh, yeah.
And if they don't know it, it's just a beautiful. There is not a boring second on this record. The first half of the record is kind of like a large group with Art Blakey on drums, and then on side B, their small group with Leno Jacquette and oh God, who was I got to think of everyone? Horace Silver on piano. Joe Newman on trumpet, who played so exquisitely, and I knew Joe very well because we actually played a Broadway show together, which had an amazing group of jazz musicians in the orchestra. And I talked to Joe about these sessions, and I just think, I mean, his playing was absolutely sensational. But the tune that I picked is called Sermonette, and the reason that I picked that tune is because of Milt's time feel and general way he plays the melody and the way he executes lines and his very special relationship to the beat. And I'm not even going to suggest it's behind the beat or in front of the beat or in back of the beat. It's a very special relationship to the beat that just gives me goosebumps so often when I listen to Milt. It's so beautiful.
I've listened to it.
It's a great tune. Yeah. Are we playing it now? Or am I
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so here it is. Sermonette.
Mm. Oh. Hmm.
Joe Newman.
Mhm.
Horace Silver.
Wow.
Isn't that beautiful?
Beautiful, man.
That was great.
Every single solo is a melodic masterpiece, as far as I'm concerned. Every single one.
Beautiful.
So beautiful.
Really beautiful. Thank you, David.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're focused intentions out of everyone.
Yeah.
You know, it's like really about creating special melodic moments, as you said. It's really powerful.
Beautiful.
Absolutely, yeah. It's so wonderful.
I think it's a shame that we have such a limited amount of time to, because it would be nice to talk for 20 minutes just about that. But I think we have 5 tracks to play in the course of 20 minutes. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm glad I can play it.
Thank you.
Thank
Was
you,
it-
guys.
With that in mind, Stefan, you're up.
All right. Well, first of all, I just want to say to Mike Maneri, man, he knows I'm such a fan of his. But in terms of my biggest influences, man, that that video of Steps Ahead in Japan, oh my goodness, I wore that out over and over and over again. Like, it's so mind blowing because it's so much bigger than just and the way that you were able to understand how to ride the wave with Steve Smith. I mean, the rhythm, like you were always right on top of it, guiding it beyond just the notes. So I'm a fan. Just want to acknowledge that right off the bat, man, because anytime Michael and David too, everyone, man, you guys are all so incredible. It's great to be here. And Joe and Tony, you guys know I love you. so the track I chose to highlight is Chick Corea and Gary Burton playing together, actually. And it's really, for me, I picked this track not so much about Gary, but almost more about Chick, in the sense that these two amazing musicians have such strong internal clocks. Their time feel is so much stronger than what comes from practicing an instrument. You can tell that their ears are on a very, very high level. Their time feel, their sense of empathy, their sense of wit and timing, how they listen to one another. So it's clear to me that there's a musical gift in all of us that we have to cultivate, that when we come to the instrument, we then push through the instrument. So sometimes we spend too much time focusing on the instrument. And I think watching a clip of Gary, we all know that he's a genius. But then to see Chick, who's also a genius, come to the vibraphone and just sort of, manifest his brilliance there, then go to the piano, and you hear that there's absolutely no difference. He's the same human being manifesting his beauty on the vibraphone and on the piano. So hope you enjoy. This is Armando's Room, all right?
Yeah. I know this one.
Yeah, I love that clip. It's, like I said, it's just two really brilliant human beings manifesting their gifts through music, and it's just really fantastic to see. It's also so incredible to see such a beautiful relationship that they have over so many years come through in music as well.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that was great.
Beautiful, man.
Mr. Locke.
I just wanted to thank you, Tony. I just wanted to. I hope this is edited. And I was going to say, if it's not, and after the solo, if you need to, it should be edited. So I'll just to say that the piece that I chose is one that I chose also for a tribute. Before I knew about this, I chose it as a selection in a tribute to Bobby Hutcherson that Stefan and I did. And I don't see anything wrong with sharing it again, Stefan. It's so killing. Bobby Hutcherson said to me once, it was the only technical lesson he ever gave me, or the only time he technically said anything about music. The last time I saw him, he sort of turned to me and almost whispered. He said, "Man, Joe, you can play just about anything, on anything, as long as you honor the integrity of the intervals." And I think he illustrates that here. And he also illustrates when people say, "Oh, vibes is such a mellow instrument," it can also generate intense heat, as he does here in this live version of African Village by McCoy Tyner. go.
Ooh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
that's heavy. That's one of the greatest vibe solos ever. I wonder if the audience realized what they were witnessing.
Yeah. It's funny when people say to me, yeah, the vibe's nice. It's such a mellow instrument. Yeah, I like to fall asleep to the vibes. Yeah, it's so mellow. I'm like, yeah, it can be. It can be, but it can also be that, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for listening to that, Cats.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I've heard that. I happened to see the Mike Manieri Good Vibes mallets sitting on the side of this.
Right. Yeah, man. Yeah, yeah.
Used for years.
Yes, man. Yeah.
We played opposite each other in 60. What was it? 61 at the Jazz Workshops. The first time we really met. Two quartets. He was just incredible.
That would have been, man. I would have paid my life savings to have been in the room that night, man.
Boston, I think.
Wow, man. Wow.
Mike, you're up.
I'm up. Okay. What did I choose? All right. There was a little backdrop on this. I was born in 38, so this is 1951. I was 13. This is the first record that I could afford to buy. And we just bought a phonograph. And Hampton was like my guy, you know, growing up. I'd hear him on the radio. My relatives were like into jazz, and they'd go to the Sandwood Ballroom to dance, and they'd hear like Chick Webb, and then you'd hear Hamp and Benny Goodman. And so I had been playing vibes for about 2 years. So I'm 13. I started playing with 4 mallets immediately, my first lessons. And there were 3 records I bought within that year. The first was this live performance of Lionel Hampton called Just Jazz. And it was recorded at the Civic Auditorium in Pasadena. And it had some of the old cats, some of who I played with later on. It was Willie Smith on alto, Charlie Shavers, Corky Corrigan, Tommy Todd on piano, Barney Kessel on guitar, Slam Stewart, and Lee Young on drums. And it starts off, I mean, I'm honoring him, and it's like a homage to him anyway. That's why I chose this first as opposed to my second album, which I bought, was Move by the Red Norvo Trio with Charlie Mingus and Tal Farlow. I guess you guys heard that. And then my next record was The Wizard of the Vibes with Milt Jackson. I don't know if you guys heard that record in 1940.
I know it. Oh, yeah.
You know that record, right? It's an amazing record. If you haven't heard it, I think it was the first performance of Bag's Grooves that was recorded.
Wasn't Frank West on that too, right? It was, right?
It was Percy, I think, and it was, let me see, I might have a list of who was on there. Percy Heath, it was John Lewis. I mean, it was almost like the Modern Jazz Quartet, Lou Donaldson. And there's some amazing solos by Milt on that album. But this here had a profound effect on me because I put it on my first record, And I was into Hampton, and they're playing Stardust, which is a tune that I knew. And Hampton plays like a 2-bar intro, and then Willie Smith comes in with the first 4 notes so beautifully. It's like a huge audience, and everyone swoons the way he plays the intro. You got to check it out. It's on YouTube. And the camaraderie and the joy on stage, it was palpable. You could really feel that these cats knew each other. It was a jam session, and nobody was trying to outdo each other. And second solos with Charlie Shavers, and he quotes another tune. And then later on, Slam Stewart does the same thing. He quotes another tune. And then Milt comes in after kind of like...
Milt or Hamp?
I'm sorry, Hamp. Thank you, Joe. Hamp comes in after Tommy Todd plays a half chorus. The other guys played a full chorus, but kind of boppish, all right? And Barney Kessel does the other half boppish, and then Hamp comes in, and I'm listening, and he quotes within the first 2 or 3 bars, "Pretty Baby," and makes a mistake, plays the wrong notes. David, you were talking about mistakes. And then the next, you probably hear it, he hits a clam. I mean, it's just, and then just moves on from there. And I would consider this to be like what they call a walking ballad in those days. You know, the band just kept playing it just like this, around maybe 67 or 70 beats per minute, and didn't move, like no fills or anything. And Hamp, the thing about Hamp is he never used the pedal in his entire solo. And he recovers quickly, single time, double time. Then you can start hearing his foot in double time, and then in triple time. And like he's tap dancing, because, you know, he was a drummer and he was a tap dancer. My parents were tap dancers. I was a tap dancer. So like, this was just really, really thrilled me. I loved his time on this. And it sounds a little old fashioned after what you guys just played. But there's something really beautiful, really hard mallets too. And he doesn't use the pedal until the very, very ending when he's playing triple time, everybody's playing single time, and then he kicks it back into gear for the ending when the horns come in on the last chorus. And go ahead, play it. So
yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah. Pretty Baby.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody laughs.
Mm-hmm.
A clam.
Mm-hmm.
I was devastated. Here we go. His foot.
No. Oh.
That was amazing.
That was absolutely spectacular.
Took me like
Yeah.
2 years to learn that solo because I didn't
Unbelievable.
know how to transcribe it. So I played it by, I was playing by ear then. So I was just like, wore the record out.
You learned that solo, Mike?
I learned that solo.
Wow, man. Man, you know, somebody said something interesting about Hamp. I don't know who said it, but if you ask 9 people out of 10 now what a vibraphone is in this country, if you go to the Midwest and ask someone what a vibraphone is, 9 people out of 10 wouldn't know what it is. But when Hamp was in the Benny Goodman quartet, and if you went to the Midwest and asked what a vibraphone was, 9 out of 10 people could tell you. They'd say it's what Lionel Hampton plays. He was a rock star, man. All these cats were rock stars, man.
Well, he was in, those days, I was growing up in the 40s. They were in movies, whether it be Basie, Ellington, and Tommy Dorsey, Hampton, Benny Goodman, and Trio. So they were movie stars. Like Buddy Rich was front and center. The drums were like in front, not in the back. And Frank Sinatra was the boy singer that came in once in a while to sing.
Man, well, you're a good-looking guy. I always thought you should have had a movie career, Mike.
Oh, no. Buddy was making $1,200 a week, and Sinatra was making $100 a week with Dorsey.
Wow.
$1,200 a week in those days, man, in the 30s. It was like, God knows.
Amazing, yeah.
Well, the other thing that's so striking about what you just played, what all of us played today, is how incredibly distinct each voice is.
Absolutely.
They absolutely have their own space. Has nothing to do with competing with one another when you have such a unique voice.
Exactly.
And that example just epitomizes that generation, that level of excellence.
And not to take up everybody's time, but when I bought the Red Nova record, they play with 4 mallets. Hal Farlow was like hipper voicings and everything. And then, of course, when I heard Milt, I didn't really understand it. It was like way over my head. I was like 15 years old. Going, wow, what's this? I have a lot. Maybe I should quit now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, man. Next.
All right, mine. Okay, mine. I've always had people that I had enormous amount of respect for, mentors. I mean, I've had amazing phone calls with Joe. I consider him a mentor. I spent the last 10, 12 years with David playing gigs. I get to talk to these guys about all this personal stuff and things about making music, and it's really great. And then I have these people that I put on a pedestal in my head as well. And the guy that's been on my head since I was 1981 or 82 was you, Mike Manieri. And at the time, I got a new girlfriend, and I got a record that I played every night when she came over, if you know what I mean. And then finally, after about 10 or 12 nights, she said, no, change the record. Because she had heard this every night. I wore out a record. I put it on cassettes for the car. And I finally transcribed this solo and learned all about altered chords. And for me, you were the guy that taught me that, yeah, you could play with chops, but there was this other thing. There was this, I didn't even know what that thing was, but you had it. And when you would play, I would really get emotional. Like I would feel like maybe I was going to cry or something, but I didn't because it was the 80s. And I was really just blown away. And then I went and got Wanderlust, and I fell apart when I heard Wanderlust. When I heard Sarah's Touch, it was just like I melted. So I picked this solo. I have most of my students transcribe it to me. I tell them it's the study of the altered chord, but as musical as you can get with it. I said it to you once before, and you said, "Oh, come on, that's just one chord." But actually, it's 2 chords. Technically, it's 4 chords because it's in 2 different keys. So,
This is.
Yeah, you'll know what it is. But we'll play it.
Bulls.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Man.
That's amazing. That's
Yeah,
so
Mike.
amazing to me.
Man, you can take the boy out of the Bronx. You can take the boy out of the Bronx.
I've been playing that tune for 40 years. You know, I just played it before COVID at the New Jersey Performance Arts Center in January with Robbie Coltrane and Steve Smith. It was just a different ensemble. Adam Rogers on guitar. We always play that tune. Cool.
That's a great tune.
Classic.
I wish I had written it. It's Don Grolnick's tune.
Yeah.
Again, like I said earlier, it's one of the things I love most about your playing, Mike, is how well you play with others. I mean, you sit in the pocket so beautifully, and it's like you're riding the momentum of the entire band. I can tell you, Steps Ahead is a major influence on my group Blackout in terms of understanding how to play inside the pocket and allow everyone's creativity to fuel the momentum of the music. And you're just absolutely brilliant with that. All your solos have such incredible form and structure.
I sat next to you, Stefan, when he played at PASIC, and I just remember looking over at you, and I just saw this.
Yeah, man, I'm a fan.
Yeah.
Man, but Stefan, I think about Mike Stefan, and I think about the fact that, we think of Roy Haynes and we think of this cat's the arc of a cat's career from Billie Holiday, from Bird to Pat Metheny. Mike Manieri, man, Charlie Shavers and Lee Young to Richard Bona, Michael Brecker, Adam Rogers, Robbie Coltrane, man. That's an arc, man. That's an arc.
Well, Robbie actually played with me in 1992 with Steps for a week. It's at B. Smith's. I don't know if you remember that club.
I remember B. Smith's. Yeah, of course, man. Right. Yeah.
And then it was like 20 years later, just last year, he chose to play, the concert. It's great.
Well, thank you for all the music, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mike.
Which track would be the All-Star track? Maybe the Hamp?
In terms of what they, I mean, you can't compare it at all.
No, okay, all right.
That Ham track is pretty special, though.
Yeah, Bobby wasn't on the scene then yet. I hadn't heard Bobby until later. But those three cats, those are all, recorded in the 40s. 47, 48, 49, so.
Cool. This was a good session.
Yeah.
Great, really a blast. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I'm glad we got to do it. Jim, who's up next?
Next up, we have Colleen Bernstein, and she's going to play a couple pieces when she's not touring with Bella Fleck and Silk Road. She's working on the Vibes Congress, so she's coming up in just a few minutes.
Man, if I could, I wanted to remind everybody, too, tomorrow at 6 p.m. at the after party, we're going to induct the great Roy Ayers into the World Vibes Congress Hall of Fame. And I know we're all really excited about that. And so blessed that Roy, deemed to accept the award and to be with us. His daughter, Ayana, is making sure that he's going to be on with us. And it's just such an honor to be able to, to give Roy this award after all he's given us, So hoping you all can join us at 6 for Roy's induction into the Hall of Fame. Really makes me happy.
We'll be there.
It's going to be incredible. That's going to be on the Vibes Workshop Facebook page. So anybody that's interested in checking that out, just make sure that you like and follow Vibes Workshop. And as soon as Tony goes live, you'll get notified, where you can go straight to the page and hop on yourself.
Thank you.
Team Omega, you guys are fantastic.
Thank you,
I
guys.
really appreciate you guys. This was I can't tell you how enjoyable this was.
Thank you. Thanks to all you guys.
Take care.
Take care, guys.
Be well, brother.
Good to see you. See you.
Hey, everybody, we're back. We are back. Next up, we have Colleen Bernstein. And Colleen, how you doing?
Hey, Jim. Nice to see you.
Hey, glad to see you too. I'm really interested in your session today. The cool thing is this kind of reminds me of when we were first planning this concept. Stefan got really kind of tickled by it, saying, "This is cool. It's kind of like you're just popping down the hallway and peeking in somebody's door and checking out what they're doing." David did a really cool session this morning about how he practices and how he goes about his preparations for concerts and recording sessions. Team Omega just did a really great listening session, and your session is the first that kind of it kind of explores that contemporary space.
Yeah.
So I'm really, really excited to hear what you got going on here. I'm going to hop off, give you the floor, and thank you very much again for doing this.
Yeah. All right.
All righty.
All right. Hi, everybody. Thanks for being here. Thanks for joining Malatech and the World Vibes Congress. My name's Colleen Bernstein. I'm really excited to be here, coming to you from my apartment in New York City. I'm a little squished in between the vibes and the marimba and the keyboard over here, but hopefully, it's all going to go smoothly. Hopefully you can hear me okay. It might be a little quiet, so you might have to just turn your volume up a bit, but I can see some comments over here on my laptop, so if you want to make a comment, ask me a question as I go along, anything like that, I'll try to keep my eye on that. I'm going to play two pieces for you today. I have just a short window, so I wanted to share two pieces that, like Jim said, moving a little bit away from the jazz space that the vibraphone sort of lives in, going into kind of a contemporary classical space. So the first thing I'm going to start off with is a new piece by Joe Moore III, Dr. Joe Moore. This piece is called Finding Meaning. It's in 3 parts. It's in 3 movements. It's about maybe 10, 11 minutes long or so. This piece was finished at the beginning of last year, so like January 8th or something, 2020. It's about to be 1 year old, but it's only been performed once before. Obviously due to, COVID, we haven't had as many concerts and things, so I feel really lucky to get to play this piece for its second performance and share it with you today. It's super beautiful. Dr. Moore wrote this piece and dedicated it to his wife, Samantha, after she had been through a really difficult time with medical issues and illness and things like that. So I think the piece is kind of a really nice thing for us to reflect on, the health or the struggle that, some of us are still experiencing, all of us are still experiencing due to the pandemic in some way or another. But it's a beautiful piece, very reflective, so I'll just let the music speak for itself. So this is Finding Meaning by Dr. Joe Moore III. All right. So if you're just joining us, that was a piece called Finding Meaning by Dr. Jormor III. My name's Colleen Bernstein, in case you, well, I guess you can see that there. So, all right. But that's a great, wonderful piece. It's a lot of fun. I only discovered it recently, so I was really excited to share it with you. The next piece I'm going to play, I've been playing for a little bit longer. This is a piece by Angelica Negron. And Angelica is a composer who was born in Puerto Rico, lives also in New York City, along with me here. And the piece is called La Bicicleta de Cristal, the crystal bicycle. And when I asked Angelica what the piece was about, why she composed it, what she was thinking about when she wrote the piece, she said, imagine if you had a glass bike that you could just take anywhere. So in her mind, this piece is supposed to be kind of just a sort of a dreamy imagination. I think the vibraphone is a perfect instrument for that, especially on this Omega vibe. It gives me that perfect kind of dreamy sound for this piece. And yeah, so it's kind of a glass bicycle going anywhere. I actually used this piece in a concert series that I run called Strength and Sensitivity, which is focused on catalyzing conversation and dialogue about gender equality. And so I found a poem that I think complements this piece really well. This isn't what Angelica initially intended for the piece, but I shared this idea with her, and she thought it was really cool. So I'm going to share the poem with you and give you a little more context, and then play the piece. And I know we have a lot more great content, so I don't want to run over time or anything like that. Really quickly, I'm just going to look at the comments, though, to see if there's any questions or anything that I can answer. So just give me 1 second here. All right, I don't see any questions, but I see a lot of really, really kind words. So thank you so much, everybody. That's really kind. I appreciate it. Thank you for watching. So I'm going to read that piece for you now, the poem by Madeline Bridges. So give me 1 second here. All right, so like I said, this piece wasn't initially meant to go with this poem, but for my project, Strength and Sensitivity, I think they work really well together, especially considering this past, 2020, we were celebrating the centennial of the 19th Amendment and women getting the right to vote. So I think that this poem is really great, thinking about how the bicycle fits in with feminism, with the suffragettes. Back in the 1800s, when the poem was written, the bicycle was actually a suffragette symbol. That was kind of a fun fact. I didn't know that until I did some research for this piece. So thinking about the music, which is called The Crystal Bicycle, and this poem, which is called Wheels and Wheels, written by Madeline Bridges in 1893. Here we go. The maiden with her wheel of old sat by the fire to spin, while lightly through her careful hold the flax slid out and in. Today her distaff, rock, and reel far out of sight are hurled, and now the maiden with her wheel goes spinning round the world. So please enjoy La Bicicleta de Cristal by Angelica Negron. All right, so that was La Bicicleta de Cristal by Angelica Negron. Really beautiful, kind of short and sweet piece. I have like 2 minutes left, so I just want to say thank you to everybody for tuning in. Thank you for watching. If you want to watch more of my stuff or connect with me or something, feel free to check out my website. It's ColleenBernstein.com, or you can find me on Instagram, Colleen D. Behn. And I would love to hear from you. I'd love to answer any questions you might have or anything like that. Thank you again to Malitech for inviting me to be part of this. There's a lot of great artists and sessions and everything coming up the rest of today, also tomorrow afternoon, so be sure to check that out on the Malitech YouTube channel. I think Jim is going to come back on now, so thank you again, everybody.
Thank you, Colleen. Fantastic. There was probably 50 comments that came in, and they all said the same thing. It was amazingly beautiful playing.
Thank you. That's so kind. Thank you so much.
Really, really nice little palate cleanser from all the fantastic vibe playing we've been hearing. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye. Everybody, we're going to come up in just a few minutes. We got Jake Chapman coming up in 6 minutes, so stick around. Hey, everybody, we're back again. 4 o'clock. We got Jake Chapman. I'm bringing him on right now. Jake, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going, Jim? How's it going, everyone?
It's going
Happy New
great.
Year.
Happy New Year to you, too. We've had an awesome day today. We got like 130 people in the room right now.
Wow, awesome.
Yeah. Everything from just incredible insight into practice habits from David Friedman to live listening session from Team Omega. Colleen's performance was like incredibly beautiful. Really diverse. You bring something new. You bring something different. I'm excited to see this. So I'm going to get out of the way. I'm going to let you take the floor. Anybody that has any questions, just drop them in the stream. I'll share them. And here we go.
Yes. Thank you, Jim. Thanks to Malitech for hosting this and having me. It's great to be here. I see some familiar names in the chat. Happy New Year to everyone, familiar and otherwise. Yeah, so today I want to talk about kind of approaches to grooving on vibraphone. It's something that I've been doing for, I guess since beginning my journey on vibraphone, but especially the last few years. And today I want to focus on 4-mallet approaches, especially. So think about, how would you play vibraphone as if it was a rhythm guitar or maybe a piano in genres such as R&B, hip hop, pop, soul, and stuff like that. And the way I want to structure it is just give an overview of a few techniques that I like to incorporate into my groove playing, and then take you through a few short pieces of mine and that illustrate these techniques. And at any time, please feel free to ask some questions. I'll be looking, and if there's anything I can answer, I'd be happy to. So let's get started. The first thing, basically, whenever I play vibes, whether it's with 4 mallets or 2 mallets or whatever, is just dynamics. Obviously, we have an instrument that can be very difficult to get like the biggest range of expression with. You know what I mean? It really is up to us to bring it out of the instrument. It can be the bars can be so cold, literally, and figuratively. And one of the ways I just love to be expressive is just to play from the very lowest dynamics to the very highest, right? Especially when you're playing solo and you don't have to compete with other instruments, you can really explore that lower dynamic range. Okay, so let me just make something up and demonstrate how I would spice it up using some dynamics, okay? Okay, let's just start with a quick groove. Okay, so as you can see, I was starting to explore playing soft, playing loud, and a couple other things came out, right? I started filling in some of the spaces between those chords with some arpeggiation, right? Like this. Right? And I was also doing some muted notes, right? Muted chords, right? All right, and muted chords and muted notes, I just think are really nice on the vibes. It's actually something I've been playing more and more these days. And I just think it gets that punchy attack that I'm looking for, especially if I don't have a drummer with me, right? And it's all up to me to provide the rhythm and the groove, right? Okay, so arpeggiation between chords, right? So that involves mostly single note lines. Weaved in and around the chords, and then muted notes. Those are the two things that we have so far. Quick tangent, but related to muting, I really like doing this, and this can be really cool to, let's say that you wanted to approximate like a guitar player, kind of like grooving on a muted note. I like to do something like this. Okay, so without the muting, it would sound like this. With the muting. right? And then I could do that with double stops too. Let's try that. Okay, so that's a fun thing I like to do. Let's see what else. Okay, so far we have dynamics, always, no matter what you're playing. No, I love dynamics. Muting whenever you feel it's necessary to maybe enhance the groove a bit. Filling in with arpeggios and single notes, and let me not forget mallet dampening, which is a huge part of my playing. From, let's say I'm playing a ballad, of course, I'll want to do some mallet dampening, like a. Okay, so that's an example of mallet dampening, but how can we use mallet dampening in like rhythmic playing? Okay, and the way it comes out in my playing a lot is like this. It can be as simple as this. Okay, and in that case, I'm just taking an A minor 7, right? And I'm starting right here. It's like A minor 11, A, C, D, G. And then the two inner mallets are like this. Okay, and I think it's really cool. Okay, so you can do it in the inner voice. You can also do it in a lower voice, like this. Okay, so maybe. Okay, so these mallet dampening techniques with the rhythm, I think, are very guitar-like, right? You would hear this kind of stuff on guitar, maybe piano, but especially guitar. I feel like kind of around the time I started to incorporate this technique into my playing was a time when I started to play maybe more with guitar players and go to shows that maybe had guitar in that sort of style. So that's probably an influence of this. So we've seen mallet dampening in the inner voice. We've seen it at the bottom. Let's see what it sounds like at the top. Okay. Okay, and if the notes are adjacent, I'll usually just do it with the top mallet, right? Right. But if they're not adjacent, then I'm gonna need to use this mallet to dampen. Okay. So that's fine. But if I have something like this, I'm gonna have to use another mallet. Yeah. So let me just play free for a second just to demonstrate a few of these dampening techniques. Anyway, so I was just thinking about putting in some mallet dampening and stuff like that. Anyway, so that's a quick overview of some of these techniques. Just a quick review. It's dynamics, it's muted notes and muted chords, it's filling in with arpeggios and single notes, and it is mallet dampening. Okay, now I want to move on to actually quick break for questions. Any? All right. Okay, let's see. All right. So I saw a few things. First of all, thanks for all the compliments. And I think I saw one comment about Roy Hargrove. I was probably playing something like Strasbourg Saint Denis, right? Right. What is it? Yeah, obviously that's a very well-known, fun, groovy song. I see something about, bro, how do you just stop playing? Darn. Oh, sorry. Because I have to get through this clinic. This isn't the ballad clinic. This is the groove clinic. So I'll do a ballad clinic at some point. Let's see. Any advice for practice? For practice, obviously, in order to do these kind of things, you have to be comfortable with your chords, your voicings. Practice closed voicings. Practice open voicings. Practice cluster voicings. Right. And more than just the notes and the chords and the scales, you just need to have some coordination to be able to jump around, right? And I'm going to show some more examples of jumping around. But yeah, just like physically, being comfortable with, having something like going down here. Anyway, stuff like that, right? Let's see what else. Okay, I see some more comments, but I'm going to return to them later just because they're slightly off topic, but I appreciate all of them. I see a comment about the mallets. These are actually Tony Miceli mallets. I love the yarn on these. Okay, so let's continue. I'm going to show you a few short pieces that I wrote 2.5 years ago, and they come from my Chappie's Groove series. If you're interested in seeing these in their original form or maybe some arranged form, you can search hashtag Chappie's Groove on Instagram. That's ChappysGroove. And I'm going to play you these, and I want you to identify some of the techniques that I was showing you earlier. So the first one is Chappie's Groove number 1. Okay, so what did we see here? Well, I think this groove really highlights the mallet dampening. It's basically in every measure. That's that inner voice. Okay, in the B section, there's a couple top voices, like right here. Right here. And then here. That's extremely guitar-like. You'll hear a lot of guitarists play that. All right, so mallet dampening. What else? Muted notes. If I play this without muted notes, this is what it sounds like. I'm also going to play it flat dynamically. Okay, so still sounds good, but to make it more interesting, more groovy, more dynamic, the first thing I like to do is that muted note right here. I think it just is punchier, right? Right here. Okay, and the second thing is the dynamic sort of swells that I like to do. This is the sort of shape I like to do. Obviously, I can't do swells on vibes if I'm just holding down the pedal, but that's what's going through my head, and I'm trying to approximate that when I play. So let's see if you think I can do it. Okay, so that's that. The next one I want to show you is Chappie's Groove number 4. Okay, and this one has a 16th note shuffle groove. And the basic groove is like. Cool. So there's a lot of fun you can have with that sort of thing. Obviously, I'm trying to accent 2 and 4. Boom, boom, 2, 4. And a lot of times when I want to play a groove like that, I'll put that chord or that double stop up an octave. And so that's how I came up with this. All right, cool. And the last thing I did for that was I added an arpeggio sort of thing, a mallet roll, which I'm just going to show slowly, quickly. So something like this. Okay, so that's the basic groove all built up. Now I want to play the melody, and you'll see that I have to alternate the melody with that groove. And, you know, I can't play that complete groove while I'm playing the melody, but I try to do my best to support it while I'm doing it. All right, so let's check it out. Okay, so what sort of techniques did I use for that one? First of all, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of jumping around, right? Not just in the groove, but in the melody as well. Right? Actually, this is one point that I forgot to mention. The range of the vibes, right? Especially when you're playing solo or as like the only accompanist, as the only chordal instrument. I don't like to just play down here, right? Because that gets sort of monotonous and just too confined. And unfortunately, unless you have like an extended range, you don't have lower. So, you know, after some time, this can feel not bass enough, right? And I think to get around that a little bit, I like to play up here, right? For a bit. And then once you return lower, then it just sounds more bassy, right? So just taking advantage of the whole range of the instrument. What else? There's a lot of double stops. What else? Let's see. And just, yeah, keeping time like a drummer, I guess. You know, if I'm playing solo, right, these were originally written to be played solo, even though I've arranged them for trio or quartet or quintet. They really were originally supposed to be complete. They're supposed to be complete pieces, right? And not leaving you with anything to be wanted. So obviously that's a challenge to provide the rhythm and, you know, provide the bass so it feels full enough, right? So these are all the things that I was thinking about when I was writing this. I want to show you one more. This is Chappie's Groove 2. Also significant amount of trading between a melody line up here and supporting chords and stuff down here. Okay. So like I said, a lot of trading with these chords down here, and then these melodies up here. I really like this texture with the double stops in the left hand. Not the easiest thing, honestly, but really it sounds great. Let's see, and then more double stops. That thing's fun and it's hard. It's just an arpeggio up and then arpeggio down. All right, and then mallet dampening, inner voice mallet dampening. Short like snare rim shot thing, right? And then a softer thing, mallet dampening. Those are mallet dampening chords. So then I'm going back and forth between octaves higher and chords down here. More chords with mallet dampening. Oh, sorry. A lot of chromatic stuff there. That also is reminiscent of guitar players, right? They just have to slide up one fret or down one fret to do chromatic stuff. So yeah, I would say I'm pretty influenced by guitar stuff and piano. I play piano as well, by the way. So some of these techniques probably come a bit from piano. I would say that's helped me out in my playing a fair amount. Okay, I want to focus on questions if I can. Let's see. I'll just have a couple of minutes here. Anyway, thanks so much for being here, guys. This is my first World Vibes Congress. It's awesome. Let's see. So, Carlos, hey, do you have a book with all this great stuff? I've actually thought about, because these are very etude-like, I've thought about transcribing them and putting them in a book. And I do want to do that. I just haven't got around to doing it yet. So, yeah, I'll look out for that, okay? Thanks, Craig. Do you like to run the motor when playing rhythm parts like these? Sometimes, yeah. It really depends. Right now, I don't have it plugged in, and I think this motor's kind of messed up. I gotta fix it. But yeah, sometimes it really just depends. If something's like extremely rhythmic though, I find that the motor can get a little bit in the way, just because like if you're doing like really delicate stuff with arpeggiation, and like it really comes down to how light you're playing certain notes. You want it to sound like the way you touch it, but with the motor, that will accentuate certain notes and it will decrease the sound of others. So it depends. Let's see. Mike, what are your biggest influences that you learned from? And I think you asked earlier about Voicey, I believe. Let's see. Mike says, do you get through this recording Voicey after Voicey? Was it the hours of busking or is it mega practice time? All of the above, how much of each? Okay, so the Voice, if you don't know what Voicey is, it's this app that I've been using this year. It's on the iPhone, and basically it's a collaborative space where producers upload beats and then people sing or rap, or I play vibes over these beats. And I've done a lot this year since the pandemic and everything. And actually, I have if you're interested, I have an EP series coming out. The first volume actually just came out, and I'm basically taking this material. It's very raw, but I'm taking it and seeing how I can arrange it into little volumes that are interesting to listen to. So the name of that is The Adventures of Mega Vibes. So look out for that. But Mike, this sort of groove playing, actually, no, this doesn't really come from Voicey, because on Voicey I'm basically playing two mallets most of the time. But it's just been built up over the years, practicing a lot of four mallets, a lot of ballads. And then obviously busking, you mentioned busking. I would say that was extremely influential, just because I was performing. This was back in summer 2018. I would go down to Washington Square Park and just play for hours, really, solo, duo, trio, or more. And yeah, just a lot of four mallets, and just had to be comfortable using four mallets and performing at all times, really. And that summer actually was when I wrote these pieces that I just showed you. So there's definitely a relationship there. And then, yeah, mega practice time. There's been some practice time, yeah, for sure. Let's see. What are some albums that inspire you for groovy stuff? I cannot think of any. I can't really think of anything right now. But just like R&B music, really, or 70s and 80s for sure. Jake, where's your Cheetos shirt? you can see my Cheetos video on my Instagram. Actually, that's Chappy Milkshake, CHAPPY, MI Milkshake. If you don't know, and yeah, you might, if you see this I'm wearing this Cheetos jacket. Actually, check it out. I've transcribed an Eminem rap and played on the vibes. It's really fun. Let's see what other questions. I know I'm running out of time here. Let's see. Thanks for I'm seeing mostly compliments, so thank you very much. Anything you recommend listening to? Yeah. I have nothing in particular at the moment. Just anything, classics, 70s, 80s. I try to listen to like as much as I can, but honestly, like I feel like there's very few things that I've been able to get into like extremely well for some reason. Anyway, I just listen to rock and R&B music and stuff like that. Carolyn, I know you've been busking, so that's awesome. All right. Well, anyway, if you have more questions, feel free to reach out to me on Instagram. Again, it's Chappy Milkshake. I'm also on TikTok, Jake Chapman Vibes, and YouTube at Jake Chapman. And thanks for listening, everyone. There's going to be a lot more coming up today and tomorrow, so stick around. And yeah. Oh, do I give lessons? Yeah, I do give lessons, Super Ninja Zebra. So yeah, just message me on Instagram. That would be the best place. Anyway, thanks so much, guys, and I hope to see you this year or sometime soon. All right, bye.
Okay, we're back again. So we had a really awesome session with Jake, and this is a little bit different. This is kind of everything you're going to want to know about the Omega Vibe, and you don't really get this opportunity, especially if you're a gearhead like me, to kind of sit down one-on-one with the inventor of the instrument and somebody that has spent a lot of time lugging it from place to place and recording with it. So I'd like to bring in and introduce, first and foremost, Lee Howard Stevens. Lee, hello. Good afternoon.
Hi, Jim. Hi, everybody.
I got to say, I love your shirt.
Well, you designed it, so you should love it. I don't know how to turn to the camera, but can you see that? Yeah.
Hashtag 5 octaves apart. And we also have Tony Miceli, who's no stranger to the stream today.
I got a Maltech shirt on.
He's got a good T-shirt also. Quiet is our forte.
Yep.
Worked here so long to get some swag here. Guys, thanks for joining us today. I know, Lee, you have some information that you want to share with regards to the Omega Vibe. I'm going to pay attention to the stream because I anticipate beyond what you guys want to talk about that there's going to be some specific questions that they have. So I'll monitor the stream. I'll pop off, and you guys can take it from here.
Good. Thanks.
All right.
So first thing, a correction. Jim said everything you want to know about the Omega Vibe. That's a 4-hour session.
My God, I was thinking about some of the things we were going to talk about, and I thought we could be here till midnight. So, but I got a good thing we can start with.
All right.
And I'll start with a story. You, when I signed on with you guys, the story in a nutshell is I played a first version of your instrument. I said, cool, but blah, 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 blah. And then you called me back and you said, come back. And I played the second version, and it was like, oh my God. Like, you just got everything right in a course of 6 months, and I fell in love with this instrument. And the second time I realized that I was in the right place was after the instrument came out. I was at PASIC, and I saw other manufacturers with black bars. Nobody had black bars before. And at that point, I went, oh, okay, everybody knows this is an incredible instrument. And now they're trying to make it look like theirs. That's what I saw, to confuse everybody. And so that was great for me. And I realized that I was part of an amazing team of people, you at the head. And what makes it great is you're an artist. You're nothing other than one of us. So you're not going to make. I could go on, but. That leads me to the bars, because you said to me early on, I've learned everything I could know about the vibraphone from you. And you said when I would call up and say, this, that, and you would say, it's always the bars on the vibraphone. So I thought that was the most important thing to start with.
Yeah, we tell these stories. We've had more than one session here. My biggest worry on this session is that I'm going to bore Randy Sutton. Because I think Randy's still logged on, and Randy's probably listened to this a couple times. So I'm going to try to give some new stuff. So, well, let me correct a little bit of what you said. You said it's always the bars. I think vibe players always think it's the bars.
Oh, I said it wrong.
What's that?
I said it wrong.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, everybody thinks it's the bar, and absolutely the bars are absolutely critically important. Let me start by saying. How, what's different about the bars? Well, there's so many things. We could do the whole session, the next 25 minutes or 23 minutes, whatever we have left, just about the bars. Now, when we started making a vibraphone, first the Love Vibe, long before the Omega Vibe, I wanted to make more of a classical instrument vibe. So what did I do? I knew, first of all, that the Musser M55 was considered to be sort of the industry standard for sound. They're just all the great jazz players, not all. Not to put anything against some of the other companies, but basically everybody said that's the stuff right there. So the first thing I did was I cheated a little bit, did a little industrial espionage, and I bought some replacement bars of the Yamaha, of the Musser, of some other leading brands, and I sent them all out to a laboratory for analysis. And it costs about $750 per bar. And then they tell you what the alloy is and what the temper is. So I wanted to start by just saying there's an alloy. The alloy is the chemical that makes up whatever the chemistry is of the bar. There's a temper. The temper is, as the aluminum is being made, it goes through a process of like either chilling, it goes in as it's molten hot, it goes into oil, or it goes into water, or it's air cooled, or it's stretched. There's a million different ways. And then there's treatments afterwards that you can do to it to change it. There's the actual geometry of the bars, the width, the thickness, the length. If you took, for instance, a Yamaha bar that sounds very different than a Malitech bar, and you duplicated that alloy and that temper, and you made it to be shaped like a Malitech bar, it would sound a lot closer to a Malitech bar. So the first thing we did was we decided we're not going to reinvent the wheel. Many of the other jazz greats loved the Musser, so we started with that basic geometry as the starting point. Now, we've changed a million things since then, but that goes back to 2008. So the first lesson here is there are thousands of different combinations of alloy, temper, geometry, the tuning, the surface treatment, the post-processing, every one of those things changes things. But when you're unhappy with your vibe, the first thing may not be the bars. It may be the tubes. And that sort of brings us into a story that this is the one I'm worried about Randy being bored with. But you told me a story early on where you said, some days I just play, and I just can't get a good sound out of the instrument. You know where I'm going with that story, right, Tony?
Mm-hmm.
You want to take over for a minute and set me up?
Yes. I was complaining about different times playing the instrument, how I would get so depressed, and I would play and my sticks, and I would blame it on everything except the one thing that I learned from you, and that was the temperature. That's where you were going with this, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And you did a great experiment with me, and it was an amazing experiment. You put a set of vibes on the loading dock, you put a set of vibes in a warehouse, and you put a set of vibes in your tuning room. And then we went and played each one, and I knew these sounds, whether I'm playing in wintertime in a big cold house somewhere, or a club with the heat turned down, and I'm thinking, God, I suck. What am I doing? And I heard these sounds, and then one by one, we moved the instruments into the tuning room, and I watched them change in a matter of minutes to sounding their best.
Yeah, it's amazing. I don't know that it was originally appreciated. I don't even know if it's still appreciated, because I think that Malitech is still the only vibraphone that offers completely tunable resonators. Some of the other companies have copied Malitech, and they have tunable resonators on the low couple of notes or whatever for the big marimbas. But for whatever reason, they don't think it's important on the vibraphone, but it's critically important if you're a fusspot. If you're going to be, driven nuts by the fact that you're playing in a hot club and you can't get good ring time on your ballads, or you're going to be playing in a cold club or a cold concert hall and you don't feel like you can get a lot of sound out of the instrument, that's where the tunable resonators really come into play. And sometimes you don't have to retune the whole thing. There are certain notes that go out that you have to tweak. You're unhappy with the middle C, you can fix it when you have a tunable resonator. Why is that? We can't get into a lot of the science here, but let me just say that the speed of sound is proportional to temperature. That means that in hot weather, speed of sound goes faster and tubes go sharp. Bars go flat. In the old days, they used to think, the reason that the instrument maybe didn't sound as good was because the bars went flat. Well, in hot weather, the bars only go a couple of cents flat, but the tubes go 10 or 15 cents sharp. So they get out of whack with one another. They're not a good couple, so to speak. They're not getting along with one another. And what the tunable resonators enable you to do is to adjust for that. So going back just to pick up one little piece from the earlier segment where we were talking about the different formulas. When you first started with us, I think we were on something called Formula 3. And an amazing thing happened. We went to Formula 4, which we thought was identical. It was a cosmetic difference. And nobody said a word about it. You heard it and you said, wait a second, I don't like this as much. What did you do? You messed up something. You got an instrument with a Formula 4 set of bars. And then after very, very close listening, we realized that you and some of the great vibe players were hearing things that I didn't hear as a marimba player. We went to Formula 5. everybody was really happy with Formula 5 until Stefan one day said to me, hey, why don't you try, and now I can't say this out loud, what he said to try, because then I'd have to go around and take out a contract on the 130 people listening to the session. But he said, why don't you try so-and-so? And it seemed absurd to me. But it took about 18 months to conduct that experiment. And eventually we had it. And he came back in and he went into and this is one of the wonderful things about this whole period of my life where I'm working with these great jazz vibraphone players. They make it easy because they're fussy. They complain all the time. and everything that they complain about is valid. And if you take care of them, you've got the 5 greatest vibe players in the world playing your instrument. And a lot of these guys, a lot of you guys have told me how your complaints fell on deaf ears on these multinational big companies that they're in a different market. They're in the school market or whatever, and what you were complaining about probably had no relevance to their business model. But for me, what I wanted to do is I wanted to make the greatest vibe in the world. So that's why I actually followed the instructions of all you guys. So anyway, getting back to the story, Stefan came in. We had the first prototype of what he suggested. They're available. He went up, he played a note, and he said, I know I already got warned by Jim about my vocabulary. He played a note and said, that's it. And he knew instantly the difference, not just in the way the bar sounded, but in the way the bar felt against his mallet. He said, it's buttery now. That's what I want. I want to play on butter.
Yeah.
So that's all related to alloy, temper, geometry, tuning, surface treatment, post-processing. Every one of those factors is important. And maybe chief among them, I haven't mentioned, it's the coupling of the bar to the tube. When you get that, that's when you have an ecstatically beautiful sound out of the vibe. So that particular day, the story you're talking about, Tony, I wanted to demonstrate this to you. So I don't remember which instrument it was, but you liked the sound. We moved it out to the loading dock where it was about 58 or 60 degrees. 5 minutes later, you went out to play it and it sucked. Then you moved it back into the room at 70 degrees and that was great. Then we swapped the one that you liked before, we put out in the loading dock and so forth. So the point was that what was frustrating you, it's the same bars. What the only difference was the temperature.
Yes, that was profound for me. That was, and it only took 50. I mean, 50 years to sort through that and to realize that. So it's great that maybe some of the younger people, if they have those experiences, I used to get really depressed about it all.
Yeah.
So
now, having said that, if you play in an institution, if you're always playing in a music school that has heating and air conditioning, and your concert halls are always at 70 degrees. Tunable resonators may be overkill, but if you're a fusspot and you record with the instrument, and you're going to be in, not every studio is perfectly 70 degrees, and different instruments anyway. Some instruments are tuned. That manufacturer may think they sound best at 72. Somebody else may think it sounds best at 68. Whatever. You have to have tunable resonators.
Yes.
So, can I just show you? I bothered to bring over today. I think we're probably like cruising through the time here at a scary rate.
We are.
Because I'm spending too much time on one subject. But I brought a couple of vibe bars. You probably won't be able to see the strobe back here. But what I wanted to talk about is not everybody appreciates how complicated vibe and marimba tuning are. On a piano string, you tighten or a guitar string or whatever, you tune it until the fundamentals in tune. And then wherever the overtones are, that's where they are. And you can't control that. On a marimba or vibe or xylophone, we actually can control the overtones. Now, different companies have different philosophies about that, and some of them, are more careful, less careful. Some of them know more about it, some know less about it. But what I wanted to show you was, for a really super sweet sound, what's almost more important than how the fundamentals are tuned, and that's what you would, as a vibe player, you'd take out your little phone app or whatever, which incidentally is really not accurate. It's fine for a guitar string, but please don't check any brand on a phone app. The cheapest tuners that we use are the Peterson 590 series, which are about $1,000, and the better ones that we have are the Peterson 5000 series, which are, I don't know, $6,000 or $7,000 each. And the reason is the signals are very complex. The phone generally, at least the ones I've seen, don't have the speed to really check the tuning. But in any event, what I wanted to show was the overtones are where the sweetness or the sourness or just your satisfaction. You may not know what you're listening to, but when you play the vibes, if it's like, that's great, it's probably because of the overtones. Let me show you this. I think you'll be able to hear back. Well, I have a lavalier, so of course the sound is over here. So that's a low G, not on a resonator. It's on a marimba, but it's a vibe bar upside down, okay? And that note, this is a 440 bar. Actually, these are Joe's old bars. This is Joe's Formula 5 bars. He has Formula 6 now. I don't know what we're going to do with them. We'll put them on sale or something. But anyway, they're beautiful bars, still perfectly in tune. You have the fundamental note, whatever that is. You can't see, but the strobe is stopped. Okay, that's our standard. It has to stop the strobe, no drifting. Then if I play the overtone, strobe moves a little bit to the right because it's a little sharper. That's a good thing because we stretch tune. As we go up, the human ear hears higher notes a little flatter. If you don't stretch tune, those high notes sound they sound dull, they sound flat. And that overtone must be tuned to match the actual bar. I hope this is coming through the internet. But those two notes, the overtone of the low G and the bar above, are absolutely dead on the same pitch, not plus or minus 1 cent, but dead on to the exactly the same pitch. And because of that, they're stable, but stretched. That's the key to tuning. And I don't have any worries about saying this if there are other vibe manufacturers online here, because nobody's going to bother to do this. It's very time consuming. It's very tedious to tune a keyboard this way, but that's really fundamental to having that feeling of, oh my God, that's perfectly in tune.
Yeah, yeah. Well, if we're staying on bars, you made me start thinking about the blindfold test we did.
Oh, thank you for bringing that up. This was a historic thing. I mean, working with you guys has been fantastic, but it's sometimes scary because you guys hear. I have pretty good ears. I get my ears tested almost every year. I still have pretty close to perfect hearing, and I have a lot of experience listening because I'm involved with the manufacturing and the acoustics and everything. But you guys play vibes all day long, so you're hearing some stuff that I don't hear. So everybody, all vibe players have tucked away a vintage Musser keyboard, an M55 keyboard somewhere that they say, man, these are the bars. These are the ones I love the best. And sometimes we found that there were people who were actually because they fit on a Malitech frame and vice versa. The Malitech bars fit on a M55 frame. So we found that people were taking their vintage bars. And I wanted to see how good those bars actually were. So we set up this was November 27th of 19. We set up a blindfold listening test with you, Joe Locke, Stefan Harris, and myself. And here's what we did. We put up a screen across the room with a vibe behind it, and somebody from the staff at Malitech put, I think it was Joe's vintage keyboard first on the sharps or the naturals. I don't even know where they were, but the sharps or the naturals were Joe's, and then the other keyboard were our new Formula 6 bars. And we listened behind the screen, and Joe played. And it was an amazing first 60 seconds because as he started to play, Joe started cursing behind the thing. And he said, he was like making all these noises saying, oh, I see. Okay. Oh, all right. Okay. All right. Well, I see. Yeah. They're getting all agitated back there. And I was scared stiff that he was hearing the vintage and loving the vintage bars. And we were trying to hear outside which is which. And sometimes we thought we knew exactly, oh, that has to be the vintage or that has to be the Malitech. Anyway, we did that. We broke for lunch. We came back and they put one of your vintage Mussers on. I don't know if it was sharps or naturals or whatever. with the Formula 6. We came back, and now Joe, Stefan, and I listened, and you played.
Yeah.
And again, we listened. Sometimes we thought we knew it, and then at the end, we compared notes. And the amazing thing was that it was not super clear. On certain tests, a couple people would get it right, but then they'd get it wrong.
Right.
And it was so close that it was extremely gratifying to me. And Joe said afterwards, when he came out from behind the screen, we didn't know which was which, but he said, I think you guys are going to pick the Malatech bars, because his playing experience behind the screen was that he was preferring the Malatechs.
Yes.
And he can come on later and contradict me, but that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. That's what I remember having happened.
I remember that too. I just remember getting done thinking, okay, there's really not, if there's a difference, it's very, very slight, and it doesn't matter. And it felt good that we're playing bars that sound like vintage, Musser bars, if that's what we're going to compare it to.
Yeah. Well, one of the things also is there's something called shelf hardening that takes place with most materials, but definitely with metals. And a 20, 30, or 40-year-old vibe bar is, by scientific definition, it has to be a harder formula. It has hardened somewhat through the years. So we don't know what it would sound like if we could go back in a time machine and play those vintage Mussers back in the 60s. We just don't know what they sounded like. We just know that those bars from the 60s and the 70s are coveted by players today. If they can get their hands on one of those vintage keyboards, usually if they're well cared for, if they're still in tune, those are usually good bars. So the gratifying thing for me was we're making great bars that compare equally favorably. You might have a preference one way or another, but it was really hard to tell the difference. And we were expecting a bloodbath. We were expecting the vintage bars to just wipe out the new bars.
What did you say? You said something like, at the end of the today, either I'm going to go blow my brains out or I'm going to have a glass of wine. But what's great to me is, and this is me doing a commercial, is that the other four guys, I mean, Stefan Harris, Joe Locke, Warren Wolf, I mean, that is your R&D, your research department.
Yeah.
These.
No, I was just going to say, I'm just noticing the time, and Jim is going to probably give me the cane.
Yeah, we're done.
Can I just go through a couple of really, really fast things? First thing, nobody has mentioned this. This is an unaccompanied CD by Tony Miceli. Every Vibe player on planet Earth should own this.
Yes.
It's available all different places, probably through Steve Weiss Music. Let me just say this. Masters of the Vibes by, I don't know how to move this to the camera, by Anthony Smith.
Yeah, that's
interviews and album covers and history of the Vibe. Everybody should have that book. I'm sure that's available through Steve Weiss Music. And then a couple of other props that I brought. We have the pickup system that was developed with Joe Locke that also Mike Manieri uses that used to fold like this. This was my contribution with these hinges, right? And that was part of the weak thing. They also have a little tendency to rattle. These boards, these circuit boards are in those rails. Those are the collector rails. And what we came up with, the new version that'll be out fairly soon, those rails now snap together with magnets. Oh, wait, you're not seeing it because I'm not putting it to the camera. Watch this. So there's no more hinges to rattle, and then you just take it apart like this. And then magnets also figure in our vibrato system. We've gone through 4 or 5 different improvements in the vibrato system, starting with the actual plate that holds the spinning vibrato arm. Used to be out of plastic, then we went to a high-tech plastic, and then we improved it a third time and made it out of aluminum. It's aluminum now. The way the wing attaches now, it has a rare earth magnet underneath this little wing. I'll bring it right up to the camera. And this is a ball bearing. So the ball bearing is in the wing. So now it's completely frictionless as it spins on this. And the wing snaps down to it. I mean, these are just the fun things that came out of complaints that Team Omega or other, we have some very other important artists who play the instrument who maybe aren't on Team Omega, but they're extremely great vibe players, and they give us input also. So these are some of the things. And then the coup de grace, I have to say, was Tony's idea. He said, when I go back, I have a musser in my practice room. I like how the pedal is angled down like that. And the traditional Malatech pedal is flat. So it took 6 or 8 weeks, but we came out with this little gizmo that you can buy as an upgrade. And you can have the pedal flat like a traditional Malatech. You can have it at 10-degree angle down, and you can have it at 20-degree angle down. I don't know if that's clear in the camera, but that was Tony's idea, saying, please find a way to do this, and we have it now. And that's the joy for me, is working with these guys, fixing problems and getting them to shut up.
Yes, and you've gotten us to shut up. Yeah. So okay.
Well, anyway, we're overtime now. We're at 4:58. So
yeah, he's gonna.
Jim's being very nice to give us another couple of seconds here, but I have a long outline of stuff we didn't do. But what are you gonna do?
We'll do it next time.
Okay.
All right. So we're done. Jim, get us out of here.
Give us the cane, Jim.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. And for those watching, we've got some other videos that we're planning for this year to continue to educate you about the Malatech stuff, and those will be coming out soon. So make sure that you like the channel. Make sure you hit subscribe. We'll be back in a few minutes. right, we're back one more time. Thank you guys for sticking around all day. It's been really fantastic attendance all day long. We've had a lot of really great sessions. We've all felt good about this going into it, so it's really just nice to see that it's been received well. There's been a lot of fantastic comments. So thanks, everybody. Last session of the day is definitely going to be going out in style here. So I'm going to bring on Cameron. What's going on, Cameron?
Hey, man, I actually can't hear you at all right now. I don't have my headphones on.
Okay. All right. Well,
but I trust that you're saying great things right now.
Always.
You know, I have the spaceship all set up, but that's the one thing I'm lacking right now are my headphones. So
that's totally.
If I see you leave the screen, I'll know I'm good to go. I'm so sorry. We'll check in at the end.
With that said, here's Cameron Leach. Everybody enjoy.
Hey, what's up, everybody? And thank you for maybe introducing me, Jim. I don't know. I couldn't hear you. But I've got a lot of things going on right now because I'm doing some stuff with electronics this evening. I'm really excited to be here. I wanted to thank all of you for tuning in. I've been popping in and out throughout the day to see, 130 on average in this stream, which is incredible. Lots of support for the World Vibes Congress, for Malitech. And I know I can speak for everyone when I say that means so much to us. My name is Cameron Leach. I am I guess you could call me a concert percussion soloist, although I do a lot of stuff with electronics as well. And obviously not doing so much during COVID, but lots of virtual shows and things like that. Today, what I'm going to be doing is a little bit different than what was on the actual sort of bill for the show, I guess. Today, I'm going to be performing a piece entitled I Leave You the Real World by David Skidmore. David is a member of the Grammy Award-winning percussion quartet Third Coast Percussion. The original piece that I was going to be giving the world premiere of tonight was going to be Originating Within by Nick Worth, and that just wasn't quite ready. I commissioned that piece a few months ago. It's a heck of a piece, huge, monstrous multi-percussion setup with vibes, of course, for the World Vibes Congress. But it just wasn't quite ready, and I didn't want to give that thing a sort of roll of the dice premiere. I wanted to give that its due. So if you don't know Nick Worth, you can check him out. He does incredible stuff on his own. He's played with Ghost Note. You'll know his brother as the percussionist of Snarky Puppy, blah, blah, blah. But without further ado, let me go ahead and get into what this piece is here. It's about a 15-minute piece for vibraphone and electronics. I think it's really, really cool. Dave really explores the different ways that you can pair vibes with electronics. Lots of cool sounds. So it's going to be presented in 4 movements, continuous all the way through. So I'll just check back in at the end of the performance. The first movement's got a lot of retro 80s sounds, which you'll recognize right off the bat. The second movement is sort of the Philip Glass movement, if you're familiar with his music. We have 2 different voices kind of moving at different times. So that's a tricky one. Third movement is the sort of traditional slow movement you would expect, with a nice drone in the background, some improvisatory stuff. And finally, it rounds out with this really fast movement. It's all 16th notes at about 160 beats per minute. And if any of you have watched the show Stranger Things, you'll be reminded of that music. Like you'll notice exactly what I'm talking about, the intro music to Stranger Things. So I Leave You the Real World by David Skidmore. All right. So that is I Leave You the Real World by David Skidmore. Lots of notes in that last movement. That's definitely a workout there. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'm going to bring Jim back here right now, actually, while I grab my headphones so that I can hear what he's actually saying this time. So come on in, Jim, and give me just a second here to stall.
Absolutely. Lots of really great comments here. Totally inspiring. Aaron, loving the texture. I love, like, the accuracy at the end was incredible. Just vertically on every single note was fantastic. Awesome job. We're just giving you a big round of virtual applause there, Cameron.
Thanks, man. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
There's comments. I can see comments. That's pretty
Lots
neat.
of comments, yeah.
Very cool. Well, yeah, man. Everything worked out there.
Everything worked out here. So tomorrow, right? Day 2 for everybody. We're still. This is crazy. The attendance today has been fantastic. We're like 4 hours and 20 minutes into this. I said this morning, I told Lee, I said, they need to come up with a word for halfway in between excited and terrified.
Yeah.
Because that was me at like 11 to 1 today, but this has been fantastic. So tomorrow, stick around. There's going to be sessions from Joe Locke, Warren Wolf. Andrea Vinay is going to do a world premiere piece of something called Melodious Metal. Actually, you and Andrea are going to be on a listening session tomorrow.
Yeah, we're doing a listening session.
And then there's also going to be Vibes and Bass from Chen Liu, a performance from Berlin. So it's going to be lots of really, really great stuff tomorrow. We'll leave it at that. It's been a long, awesome day.
Before we go, can I shamelessly plug my social media?
I would love for you to do so.
Thank you. You guys find me at C Leach Music on Instagram and Facebook. I'd really appreciate it. And if you, I have lots of great comments here. So thank you guys so much for the support. That's awesome.
And on that topic, we're going into Malitech is going into 2021 with some really big plans on how we can continue to be a part of the percussion community. This is a kind of a big first step towards that. So make sure by the same token, you're following our Instagram, you're following our Facebook page, you're liking this and subscribing to this YouTube page. This is it's a brand new page that just got built in time for this. So there's lots and lots and lots of stuff that we have planned to share with you guys to continue to keep you inspired and keep you informed. So with that said, we're going to end the broadcast and we'll see you guys all tomorrow. Cameron, thank you very much again.
Thanks, man. Hats off to you for making this happen.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.